Okay, folks, does that sound okay? I apologize for all that thunder and lightning noise in the background. Apparently, one of the pictures I had loaded had it attached, so somehow that happened. But technology is not paying attention to me very well today. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna get two sets of storms, a 1-2 punch kind of deal. Two separate lines, like I described in the post last night late, and then early this morning. Probably from the Maryland line to DC will be the worst of it. And the first set of storms will be the worst. These are very slow moving. So far, they're only going about 25 to 40 miles an hour. So you're going to be hours before the second line comes after the first. The first line is probably not going to make it to the I-95 corridor or along the western side of the bay until around 5 o'clock. So unless they really speed up, which I don't think they're going to speed up a whole lot, but they've already sped up from 25 to about 40. And we're looking at between 4 and 5 o'clock for when these things will start to get bad here in the next probably hour. As these storms race down from Frederick, let me show you what's going on here. In 60 miles, roughly 60 miles, from between Frederick and Hagerstown, where that first big mountain peak is, to Fells Point in Baltimore, 52 miles. That is almost 2,000 feet of drop from 1890, 1820 feet, 2,000 feet peaks along the Catoctin and South Mountain area. And then you drive downhill into Frederick, and then from Frederick all the way down Route 70 to Baltimore, you're dropping altitude from about 500 feet to sea level. At Fells Point is sea level, Inner Harbor is sea level. So that storm is basically going to be rolling downhill, but when it comes over this last mountain peak where it is right now, it's going to find a completely different air mass loaded with fuel, and the storms will probably intensify in cells. The whole line won't intensify, not everybody's going to get hammered, but it looks like this storm is already starting to change direction and roll out towards Westminster. And that's what we usually see, is our usual little tornado alleys and our usual little speed runs, I guess you could call it. Like along the Maryland PA line, we see these storms race through here for some reason faster than other places, and it's due to the geology and the shape of the land underneath of them. So we tend to see like a tornado spin up sometimes between Tawnytown, Thurmont to Westminster area, or high winds. And then the bottom of this turn from Frederick back towards 81 is going to run down through the Potomac River Valley. So that's why it's turning. You've got the geology at play here. So if I draw it out with a pen here, and you can see it on the maps, if I just turn the radar off, it'd probably be easier for a minute. Alright, we're on the radar. Get rid of the boxes. So you can see the mountains here. The geology of the area plays a huge role in our weather. We've got the South Mountain, Catoctin Mountain area. And that's that ridge line that you see when you leave Baltimore towards the mountains as you come into Frederick, and you see that big ridge off in the distance as you come up over the hills on Route 70, or if you're in Westminster, you can see that mountain off in the distance when you're at the higher areas of Westminster, like at the when you're driving out to the Ag Center, or when you're up in the north end of town where the airport is and stuff like that. So basically, you can see these lines more or less shaped like this, and that's different heights of elevation in the actual land. I-95 was built along what's called the fall line because that is basically high enough above sea level to not be a problem, and at the same time it's all pretty much already level, and it's on bedrock because the Appalachian Mountain shelf ends right there and it becomes more or less seabed underneath that. That's why the Delmarva is sandy, and along the beaches of the Chesapeake Bay, even on the western shore, there's a lot of sandy cliffs and stuff like that when you get down south. So what's going on is, from the storm perspective, you're climbing the valleys. Hagerstown is 500 feet, and you got to go down the mountain to get to it on the left off screen. And then there's a big valley here called the Great Valley. And then you got to go back up. When you go up 70, you're going uphill. Then here's the peak where the Appalachian Trail runs along the top of the mountains. And then you got to go back down again to get into Frederick. You've all experienced that on Route 70. It's probably going to be hotter after the first round passes because of the humidity, and all will still be stuck here. The actual cold front is in the second line, and that's when the temperatures will drop quickly after that second line passes. So, as I was just saying, 500 feet above sea level in Hagerstown, but pretty much 2,000 feet above sea level where the Appalachian Trail runs along the top ridge of the mountain right there between Hagerstown and Frederick. And when you go underneath that bridge at the peak between Hagerstown and Frederick, it's like 1,890 feet, something like that, above sea level. And then in Baltimore, the Pimlico area, northwest corner of Baltimore City, right here on the inside edge of the square that makes out Baltimore City, that's like 400 feet above sea level in the Pimlico area. So from the Inner Harbor, and right up the right up 83, you're climbing from, as you snake up the 83 JFX, you're climbing from 0 feet above sea level at Fells Point area, President Street where it starts, Inner Harbor area, all the way up to 450 feet. And that landmass is fairly flat. It's hilly, up and down, but it's more or less level with ripples. You can see the ripples to Westminster, which is about 450 feet. So Frederick, Westminster, 83, Shrewsbury, these areas are all about the same height above sea level, 400 or 500 feet. That's why when we have nor'easters, we see that heavy band of snow set up there, because as it's coming in, it gets squeezed as it's trying to go up the mountain, and the moisture gets squeezed out of the storms that are going backwards around the center of the low. That makes the nor'easter counterclockwise flow, or onshore winds flow. But today they're moving west to east, so it's going to come up over this mountain, and then it's going to start racing down into Frederick and out. And as it rushes out, it tends to follow the terrain. So you've got the valley where the Potomac runs, makes a nice little funnel-shaped valley for it to guide storms down, and we see storms shoot down through there all the time. And then sometimes we see them shoot across the Frederick to the Fort Meade, or Germantown to Serrano Park, Annapolis area, and we get spin ups there because that land is pretty much about the same level all the way across. So it stabilizes the storm as it comes out of the mountains, runs into all this extra humidity and much higher temperatures at the base of the mountains, and then blammo, they power up quickly as they come down the mountain, and then next thing you know, there are severe storms with high winds, and that forward speed motion that picks up speed blasts out an extra 20 miles an hour over the forward speed. I mean, the wind speeds can blast out 25 miles an hour over top of the forward speed of the storm. So the faster the storm is moving forward speed, the more dangerous it is, because the gusts will be 20 to 30 higher than that. So if we're down around 40, 45 today, that's about normal for us. That would be good. We might get 60, 65 mile an hour gusts. If the forward speed jumps to 50, 55 miles an hour, like we have seen in the past, it's more rare, and I don't think we will see that today, but that would be able enable the storms to create much stronger damaging wind gusts. But as you can see, it's just a very thin squall line. Still, it's getting ready to power up. The part that is off of the mountain already is the section here along the Maryland-PA border, and you can see it's a lot thicker and fatter than the rest, and it's moving faster. It's taking off. So that's why we get that split. The mountains kind of slow it down because they have to slow down to go up and over, and the rest isn't as high. And then that mountain chain only runs to about Leesburg and then stops. And then the next mountain chain that's on the other side of Hagerstown, that's the one that runs all the way down to 81 and starts to form Shenandoah Valley further south, which causes its own weather. So the chance here isn't great for everybody to see storms. It's just that there is a decent chance that one or two of these storms likely, let me erase this. It's likely going to be this guy here, because it's already bowed out and coming off the mountain, and this guy here we'll need to watch as they race forwards. Or maybe even if it turns, this section by DC will most likely split off again, and it usually tends to shoot something down the Potomac River or the Patuxent, one of the two, or maybe both, if the whole thing turns and heads down this way from front to bottom, top to bottom, I mean. And I keep knocking my microphone around. Sorry, I had to get a drink, so I'm still like definitely like overheated. So the first round won't be bad for everybody, and the second round won't be bad for everybody, but there will be pieces in it that are very bad depending upon how the day progresses and what sets up. But we did see a reduction, and I haven't been able to check the SPC, so let's do that real quick. I think they did an update at 2 o'clock, and then I'll check the mezzo because I just walked in the door at 2 o'clock. So tornado is the same, wind is the same, hail is the same. So all the same warning parameters there. I'm finally starting to cool off and feel better. But everybody's going to see storms from this, but not everybody is going to see wicked storms. It's only going to be a couple of small areas like we had the other day with the tornado in Odenton that crossed the bay. You know, small areas. Not everybody is getting wiped out here, and nobody's really getting wiped out because we're still just talking about our summer storms. This is not a major event compared to what goes on out in the Midwest. So you can put that out of your mind. We're not here to tell you, and I do know that some of the other forecasters in our region really hype this stuff up and get people worked up, because I get hundreds of messages when they do that. And normally this would be probably I don't know how to label it, but it's typical stronger storms for this time of year. And this is a common thing where, especially if you're new to the area, when it gets above 80, 85 degrees, we're going to get storms in the afternoon typically, when it's hot and sticky as it is. So, sorry about that. So, pretty much everybody just has to sit and wait. And like I said in the morning forecast, there's going to be places where we need to watch, like what's happening right here with this S bend. When you get an S bend in a storm, that can indicate inflow. So the storm is already causing, in Westminster, large trees blown down. So if you're in the Westminster, Carroll County, Cockeysville, 83 area, you need to be on alert and take cover from these storms. And it looks like it's doing hail. This should be raised up to dangerous if it's already blowing down trees. I'm trying to get my scanners up and working. And get everything done real quick. Yep. And people need to understand that we are primarily wired in our brains to fear tornadoes. It's not anything wrong with you. It's perfectly normal to have that knee-jerk reaction. It's just having the anxiety afterwards that can be, troublesome to your life and wear you down. But ultimately, it's normal. It really is normal to have that knee-jerk reaction when it comes to hearing about tornadoes. But learning and understanding the difference in the levels of what can happen inside the scale, and not everything is going to be the monsters that you see on TV or on social media. That's two different worlds. 99% of our tornadoes are EF0, EF1, 80 to 100 mile an hour, 110 mile an hour at most, in a very small finite area when they do happen and cause damage. I don't know if you saw the tornado that we tracked live in Odenton, but like Justin Burke and other people had it on their page, and it was just a tiny little wispy fingers of condensation going around in the air above somebody's roof. But it's, when we've had the drought the way we've had too, it seems like the tornadoes and winds are doing more damage than they are, because all of our trees in the whole tree canopy throughout Maryland, Pennsylvania, and Delaware are severely damaged from this drought that we've had. 14 inches of negative for so long. I mean, it was like years, 2-3 years. And it was getting to the point where we started having brush fires everywhere anytime it got windy. Ask any firefighter that you know. April and March particularly were horrible. It was like every day they were running to 20 fires all over. Somebody would drop a cigarette out, or a piece of glass laying on the ground would catch the sun just right and cause a huge fire that got out of control instantly. Lightning would strike, and even on dry days when the winds would crank up and we would get, anytime the winds got over 5 miles an hour, 10 miles an hour steady, it was just wildfires everywhere. And they're still dealing with that in southern New Jersey. They still have that drought there. But this crazy amount of rain that we've had lately has definitely helped. Let's take a look at these storms. This storm looks like it's trying to microburst with some hail in the Westminster area. You can see these brighter colors here on the velocity radar, and we'll put the tracker on it. So there's some 40, 45s. And that's just base velocity. And we're quite far away from the storm, so at ground level that could be doubled at most. So yes, I can read the winds and see how fast they're moving as they come in with these tools. And I have even more advanced radars. So this storm is picking up speed and it's starting to gust pretty strong. It's going to be damaging as it moves across 83 in the Harford County, northern Harford County, and along the Maryland-PA line from Stewartstown to Delta, probably Fawn Grove, Airville, maybe Bryansville. So the other thing that's going to happen with these storms is they're going to puff up and down in intensity, and you'll see them dark and red after they puffed out, and they'll get these bright orange colors will show up in gusts, just like right here. But I'm not seeing a whole lot of craziness going on here. A little bit of hail core rotation, but it's starting to pick up strength. So, as I said, Carroll County, Baltimore County, Howard, Anne Arundel, Harford, as these storms come out of the mountains into Frederick, Carroll County, Howard County, and Montgomery County, they're gonna strengthen suddenly. And now we've got a dangerous storm here. Extreme winds. Here's our first one here. It's in southern, South Riding. Oh, this damn thing. It's aimed right at Dulles Airport, Ashburn, Virginia. (102). There's 102 mile an hour, 80 mile an hour racing, and this is right at the radar site. So, yep, here it is. Destructive thunderstorm with 80 mile per hour winds possible. Southeast Loudoun County, northwestern Fairfax County, and the surrounding areas. And this is moving east, northeast towards the Potomac River, Bethesda, Silver Spring, North Bethesda, Rockville area, which will then, of course, be in the White Oak, Aspen Hill, and South Laurel, Fairland, where we see strong storms often come through here. So this guy is aimed right through there, and that's one of our typical corridors. Let's go to the camera. It's Jennifer, this is right at ground level because it's right next to the radar site. As you can see right here, this is the cone of silence, they call it. This is Dulles International Airport. And on the end, there's the radar site right there for the National Weather Service on the end of Dulles International Airport. And this storm's aimed right at it. I wish they would fix this stupid box. You can't click it away. They really messed up doing that. So that was a microburst. They've lowered it to 70 miles per hour. No, it's still 80, I'm sorry. They've raised the one next to it to 70 miles per hour. So, like I was saying earlier, DC to Baltimore is where the action is going to be. And unfortunately, these storms are going to be puffing up and out and down in strength. And as they're coming out of the mountains, they're definitely creating a lot of power. So the ones headed towards the Baltimore area are regular 60-mile-an-hour thunderstorm warnings. Same with the northern Baltimore County and Harford County cell. But this cell down here, aimed at DC, 70 miles per hour. And the cell above it with the smaller box, 80 mile per hour winds. And that's from like Middleburg to Sterling and around Herndon, Stone Ridge, around Dulles International Airport. It will cross the Potomac River into the Potomac area of Maryland, Bethesda, Rockville, Aspen Hill, Silver Spring, White Oak area, where we see storms get wicked a lot, to Burtonsville, but it's still a ways away. We've still got time, and it may not be that strong when it gets there, so just be prepared. Everybody should just be prepared at this point. This is going to be on and off as these storms move through. This storm is 80 mile per hour storm in the Sterling area is moving at 50 miles per hour now. So when I last checked that cell over by 81, it was moving only at 25 miles per hour. So basically what I said would happen is happening right before our very eyes. And this first round is ramping up now. Right in magic hour, 3 to 4 o'clock is what we call magic hour, and that's when the amount of fuel peaks. Let's see if we can get a camera in that area to show us what's happening live. Must be very high winds. Look how bad that camera's shaking. Wow. So it hasn't hit here yet, and this is by Dulles. Let me make the camera larger for you. You've got an hour or so before the storms get there, Kayla. Half an hour to an hour. For Annapolis, it's going to be a little while, but this is aimed towards that region. I'll be right back for a second. Alright guys, sorry about that. I'm still having trouble calming down and cooling off. But so far right now our biggest cells are Harford County, crossing 83, and the one in Virginia heading towards Bethesda, northern DC. We've got 80-mile-per-hour gust in this cell around the Ashburn, Sterling, Virginia area, surrounded by 70-mile-per-hour winds. So you can see right here from the NWS the warning: damage, threat, destructive, not just considerable. So that's the second level of the new warning system. This storm is moving quite fast compared to the rest, with 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible at ground level or higher. Considerable damage to trees, uprooting of trees, and some structure damage like roofs being blown off and stuff like that can happen at that speed. You've got Reston, South Riding, Herndon, Virginia, Sterling, Chantilly, Halfway, Sterling Park, Dulles International Airport, Ashburn, Arcola, Aldi, all of those places are in the line of this storm now. Immediately take cover. This is the biggest danger right now in this area. Flash flooding will be left behind as well. It's coming down pretty hard. I'm trying to pull this camera back up to get a look at it, but it looks like it might have blown them out. Traffic is snarled and the cameras are out, so that's not a good sign because they were just working. These cameras usually always work. So it looks like either the power's out in the Sterling area, Herndon area, around Dulles. There's a camera that's working. You can see very black, very hot, heavy rain, but the wind's not that bad yet. So it might be an initial blast of very strong winds, and then you're going to see extremely high rainfall rates on the backside of it. But it won't last forever. It's very thin. Let's take a look around and see more cameras. I know the Harford County cell's not too bad because I have a camera looking at it right now. And I'm not hearing much thunder yet, and I'm in Havre de Grace, so it's a little slower moving. There's a lot of cameras without power in the general area out there, but I'm not seeing anything on the cameras that do have power. There's some big thunder in the distance I just heard. So let me get that camera working too, and I'm going to send this out, but we take this down, put this back to regular high vis. You can see they're moving pretty quickly now. They're starting to pick up speed. They're breaking up a little bit, but they've thickened up a lot. And then we've got a gust front coming off of it too, where the S bend is. So you can see that thin, see how it's got this thin connecting line here? That's the wind gust, a dry front, and that's not visible in the sky, only to radar, because that is a big difference in the density and pressure in the air where these winds are blowing out ahead of the storm. So there's going to be localized areas, neighborhood-sized, town-sized areas in these storms that are powerful. But the 80-mile-per-hour one has been lifted, severe warning, and it's only 70 miles an hour now. So Haymarket to Gainesville, they've got numerous trees down in Virginia from that storm. And this is how it's going to work the next couple of hours. One or two of these cells we're just going to puff up real strong all of a sudden out of the blue, and then it'll blow itself out more or less when it dumps out or blows itself out, it basically more or less will mark out where exactly it happened at by cooler temperatures, and then you'll see the humidity build back up from the heavy rain, and then the second line that's coming in backside has a severe thunderstorm warning on it now. But these will be more broken up. So that 80 mile an hour threat is over. It's still got 70 mile an hour tag on it. And that's the first of probably several that's going to end up doing that, where that S-bend shaped area is formed and that storm is running out a lot faster in front of everybody. That can be a potential tornado development area, so that's got to be watched closely. Alright, let me take a quick break now that that's over with and get this stuff reset. If you're on 270 in the Bethesda, North Bethesda, Potomac River area, Aspen Hill, Silver Spring, look out. This thing is flaring back up. On this right side of the screen, you can see these winds are extreme. There's bright orange colors. That is 70, 68, 70, 69. There's a 69. So quite strong Great Falls crossing area. 69-mile-an-hour gusts. Potomac, North Potomac, just south and southwest of Rockville. Coming up on 270 quickly. Let's look at the 270 cams. Oh yeah, look at that. Very strong, very black cloud. Coming in South Rockville. Yeah, that's not good. So very strong damaging winds now crossing the Potomac right now as we speak. 70-mile-an-hour gusts, possibly higher. This looks to be right at the 270 and 495 split right now coming in. Let's go to that cam. Oh yeah, there we go. So we're looking right at it. This is what's coming at you right now. In the 270 corridor at the 495 split south of Rockville. Dangerous high speed winds coming in. Trying to rotate too. Just crossing into Maryland from the Virginia side. All the way down. All along here. 60, 70 mile an hour gusts on the leading edge of this big bow. Coming into Washington, D.C. right now. Damage threat considerable now. Winds are going to be picking up any minute. And you can see on the camera there, the winds are really starting to whip. And this is at 270, looking south from the split at 495. So we're looking right down this area. right here, 270 and the 495 split. So we're looking at from the northern edge down towards the Potomac River area, right where these winds are racing across right now at 60 plus mile an hour, closer to 70 in some places. 73, got a 73 mile an hour return. 74 I just saw, 73, 74. So the leading edge of this can have 70 plus mile an hour winds in it. If you're in a lightweight vehicle on a high bridge or a wide vehicle and you've got crosswinds, it's going to be pretty wicked. This could flip a vehicle, a large vehicle like a 18-wheeler if it gets caught the right way. So leave those big 18-wheelers and box trucks and stuff like that extra room if you're in this on the highway right now. You do not want to be in that. So Washington, D.C., it's coming in now. We've got the severe thunderstorm warning in Harford County as well. Just expired. And that storm is putting out some lightning right along the Maryland-PA line. And probably some hail, but that's not any longer having a severe thunderstorm warning. They just let that expire. So it looks like this camera just went out. I'm going to try to reload it. The winds might have blown that camera out. This is 270 at Tuckerman Lane, the next camera up. Some more high winds here, 64, 67, 73 in the North Bethesda, Wheaton area, and that's headed towards White Oak. White Oak is infamous amongst our local forecasters for being a storm magnet, the White Oak area to the South Laurel area, and then of course in line with that is Odenton and southern Fort Meade area. So these winds are definitely a bow echo at 70 plus miles an hour and dangerous from Glen Burnie to Annapolis, Lothian, Annapolis proper, St. Clair, the bridge, and then that's all, a few minutes away. You've got time. Immediately in the next few minutes is Silver Spring, all of DC, Rock Creek Park. If you're there, get out from underneath those big trees and get somewhere safe. This is not something you want to be on the water in, and you do not want to be out in the open with this. It's starting to really ramp up with lightning as well. But these are 70 to 80 mile an hour possible winds. We've got several readings well over 70 miles an hour. Southern Maryland, you've got a severe thunderstorm warning for 60 mile an hour, and that storm is moving at 55 miles per hour now. So as I said, these storms would pick up speed when they came out of the mountains. So that 25 mile an hour estimate, that's why I didn't want to give that out earlier, because it was definitely not accurate for the time. Now look on the camera. That storm is coming through Tuckerman Lane. So you can see the storm is hitting this 270 and Tuckerman Lane area pretty hard. curtains of rain coming down, lightning starting to show up, and the trees are starting to move. So in the next few minutes, that's what you're going to get if you're in line in Silver Spring, North DC, Tacoma Park, those areas, all the way down into Arlington, Alexandria, all along, like, you know, Foggy Bottom. It's looking pretty wicked there on that camera on the left. On the right, we're getting still along 270 now, 495, and moving towards the I-95, College Park, Greenbelt, South Laurel and Laurel. All those areas are looking like they're going to be in serious trouble here in a minute. This is what's happening at 270 and Tuckerman Lane, the second exit north of 270 and 495. It looks like it's trying to gust out between the cells. We've got this big gap with this S-bend here, and that's basically due to the shape of the mountains. We see it happen a lot where it gets this gap here, but the storm up in Harford County is definitely picking up speed now. And there's some across the Maryland line, like Delta. Yeah, southern York County and southern Lancaster County, you're going to get some 60 to 70 mile an hour winds now. The bottom of the storm is kind of blown out already. So southern Maryland, south of Fort Washington, not as severe. North of Fort Washington to up the 301 corridor from Upper Marlboro, Chesapeake Beach, into Annapolis, Severna Park, and South Baltimore is where this storm is going to be its worst. And hopefully it's losing steam, but just like I suspected this was going to happen. Yeah, there's still some 71, 73 mile per hour gusts on that front edge. Coming into Silver Spring now. So Silver Spring, Chillum, College Park, Greenbelt, up 95. You're about to get whacked. But if you look at the camera on the left, it's pretty much over already. So like I said, just an initial 15, 20, 30 minute blast of very high winds and very heavy rain, blinding. And then it's over, and in 20 minutes it's letting up, and in an hour it'll be sunny again. So, and this is typical for summertime here. Not quite as bad on the back side of the second line. I'm just more concerned about these two cells here in Harford County. Like I said, it would only be a couple. Not everybody would get it. And normally it would be the Maryland PA line, and then we always get this line that runs through North DC, Annapolis, Odenton type area to South Baltimore. We're getting damage reports. Cockeysville's got trees blown down on 83 at Warren Road. We've got Department of Highways saying more trees down on Falls Road near Benson Mill. Back in Carroll County, trees down Marston Road. Numerous trees down Franklinville and Woodbine Road, out Liberty Road, Carroll County, on the country end of it. Same thing on 26 in Clee Mill. Large trees are down now on Georgetown Pike and Ellsworth Avenue on Maryland 193. And that's just south of Rockville. Here comes the winds here where I'm at. I hope I don't lose power, but if I disappear suddenly, I've lost power. So this is over already that fast. So I'm going to put these maps down. Put the map back up. I'm having trouble getting things to work correctly. I keep getting freeze-ups. Here's Silver Spring, 64, 60, 68, 58 mile per hour winds. It's down in the 40s and 50s in DC, and south of DC it's slowed down and bowing out with a big gust front coming off of it. But the main portion is really where we usually see it get bad. Silver Spring to Columbia, Glen Burnie to Odenton and Annapolis. So let me put it back in motion here. Wow. So there's a 71, 60s. Damn that thing. So it's starting to thin out and slow down, which is a good sign. That's what I was hoping for. That it would just be a quick blast, comes down out of the mountains, flares up suddenly, quite intense, and then slows down as it fans out and spreads out. The cell in Harford County isn't quite as bad, but it's pretty concentrated. I got a big shelf cloud on my cameras here. Big shelf cloud moving across Harford County right now. Let me grab some pics. Justin, if you're in Aberdeen, you'll be able to see this shelf cloud coming at you right now. It's over level fire department. If you look north up towards Haverty Grace and Churchville, you'll see it. It's crazy looking. I'm pulling my cameras up so you guys can see it right now. Boom. Yes, I've got a severe thunderstorm warning. Come on, hurry, 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 before I miss it. There we go. Look at that. This is Inhabited Grace by Susquehanna State, west towards Bel Air. Just crazy. I'm probably gonna lose internet. Yeah, my computer, if you guys can hear me, my computer and stuff is going crazy. We've got very high winds. Shoo, everything was just blowing around. You can see on the screen, my camera there was just suddenly like incredibly blowing around. I'm just south of Darlington at the end of 155 and 161. So these storms are no joke, but they're not going to last long. South of DC and north and over DC to Annapolis, Severna Park, and southern Baltimore, the 70-mile-an-hour cell. So let me put that away. So here's Washington, D.C. in the center of the map. That was a very strange sounding. Let's put these cameras on 95. Sounding thunder there. Feel my walls shaking. Overall, it's not too bad though, honestly. It was over quick. I'm not seeing any rotation in the storms. Let's change to Dover radar. Still a lot of high winds in the Greenbelt, Silver Spring area all the way up through Laurel right now, moving towards the 97 corridor, I-95 corridor. And it's still 60, 65, 60 mile an hour gusts. 67. So the hardest hit area is going to be probably now Hanover, Maryland, Ferndale, Glen Burnie. We're looking right at BWI, South Baltimore area, Halethorpe, Lansdowne, you know, the Brooklyn Park, and then south from there, down 97, down 895, 295, and I-95. Let's take a look. I-95 and 395 camera is a good one. Check this out. Very extreme looking. This is looking south at the high speed winds from the 395. Perryville looks crazy, but it's not that bad. If you look at my cameras in the top left corner, Perryville, this is what you can expect. It's going to be strong winds, but it's just heavy rain, and it's not too wicked. The worst is definitely on the Baltimore to DC corridor. If you look at this camera, it's rough on the Cecil County, Harford County area, but it's over quick. This is what's coming to the Baltimore to DC corridor. Much, much worse. So yeah, Glen Burnie and south, this is going to be a bad storm. You're going to see very black clouds coming. What you see on the camera, on the screen right now, is at I-95 and 395, downtown Baltimore, where the stadiums are, and we are looking south towards Glen Burnie and Hanover, and that's what's moving towards the Annapolis area. That's what's moving at towards the Fort Meade, Severn, BWI area, Linthicum, and the Glen Burnie whole area, Odenton, Pasadena, all you people there, Riviera Beach, down Route 2, down the Route 97 from Baltimore south towards Annapolis. You're going to get hammered with this storm. The Harford County, Cecil County storm is not that bad. That's what's on the cameras on the upper left corner. And we're going to move this camera on the big camera here and show you down I-95 further. I got to change. We're still seeing 70 mile an hour, over 70 mile an hour wind gusts moving out of Silver Spring into the Patuxent Research Refuge and all up and down Laurel to Greenbelt. Odenton, you're going to get hit hard again. It's not a tornado, but it's 70 mile an hour winds. BWI, everybody around BWI, Annapolis, Severna Park, Pasadena, strap in. It's going to be rough. That's not the right thing. I went 295. Let's just do I-95 to 495. It's got good cameras. And we get down here to Route 32 and 95. Raining hard, but not windy. Here's Welcome Center looking south at the storm. It's raining much harder. We're just starting to get into the storm. People are going very slow. Route 216, even stronger rain and some wind. And this is looking back north. Patuxent River, I-95 in the center. Pretty dark, but people are moving pretty good there. That's not too bad. Uh, 212 camera. Now, here's where it's getting bad. The cars are barely moving. The winds are cranking. The camera's shaking. You can see the trees blowing. Cherry Hill Road in 95. Not bad. '95 at 495. It's blown through already. So now we're already over past 95. We're in Bowie now. The leading edge is the worst part. Once that leading edge passes in 20 minutes, it slows down. So it's not as bad as it looks, but it's just a quick blast. I didn't lose power here, which is a miracle. Still rated at 70 miles an hour. We're still seeing some 60, 70 mile an hour wind gusts in the Baltimore to DC area heading towards the Annapolis, Glen Burnie, Severna Park region. And Kent Island, you're going to be next. This will probably pick up a little steam as it hits Kent Island, so on the bridge it's going to be ugly. Let's just go ahead to the bridge. Let's do 97. 97 doesn't have good cameras, that's the problem, but I'm going to try them right now. I-97 from 695 to 50. Most of the cameras don't even work. It's like hit or miss, see? Out. Working, but can't see much. You can see the black cloud hanging in the air. This is looking north, so it doesn't do us any good, because that's up by Glen Burnie. 197, it's raining, but you can't see much. It's pointed down at the ground. The cameras on this road are horrible. New Cut Road, looking south, not seeing anything. Benfield Boulevard, but we're looking north, so it doesn't do us any good. Oh, it's looking south. So it's not quite to 97 yet. It's not in the camera view yet. There we go. Look at this. This is 97 north of Route 32. This is we call it the guardrail cam because it's mounted on the guardrail. Look at that sky in the background. You can see that sky. I'm surprised this camera even survives on this road, on that corner right there. People crash here constantly. I think that's why they put it there. That's like one of the highest places of accidents in the whole state of Maryland is on that corner. When you get off 97 onto 32, it's a steep downhill turn. And when it's raining, people just pile up right there. That camera's not working. The 178 tower cam, not working. That would have been useful. Route 50. So more than half of the cameras don't work on that 97, but it was worth a shot. So let's try Route 50. Route 50 just rained at 202. At East-West Highway, heavy rain. Looking east, that's extremely heavy rain. But not much wind, honestly. And it is starting to slow down a little bit, it looks like, on the radar. There's a good shot. There's 50 at Lotsford Vista Road, looking west into the storm. Let's see the next one. Church Road at 50, pretty heavy. 301 and 3, that's what I was looking for. Very heavy rain. The wind's not that bad, or the camera would be shaking a lot more. Whoops, and that's the governor. There, Route 50 looking east down Route 3 and Route 50, 301 interchange. Not too bad. So this may be losing some steam, but it's got pockets of high winds in it. There's a wicked looking shot. Here, back to 50 and 97. Nothing. All right, let's go up on. I'm gonna put this camera up on the Bay Bridge so we can see what's going on up there. Let's look west from Sandy Point. You can see the sky's black. The storms are rolling up, but it looks like it's kind of spreading out and losing steam a little bit on the map. Let me show you the map real quick. And now I have reports rolling in all through Rockville and Silver Spring of damage. Trees and large limbs down, Silver Spring. Wires down, Sproul Court. Numerous large trees and branches down throughout northwest DC. A tree on a house, Home Place Lane, Montgomery County. So this was where it hit. Another tree down on a house, Home Place Lane. Trees and wires down White Ferry Road. Large trees down along I-193 Georgetown Pike near Ellsworth. So DC took a hit. That's where that 80-mile-an-hour gust came in from Dulles to about Silver Spring. This is that same cell moving into the Glen Burnie, Severna Park, Annapolis area. And the county, let me put this, I gotta think straight. My brain is starting to unfry finally from earlier. There's the Bay Bridge shot I was looking for with the gantry. So this is looking westbound from the middle of the bridge, looking across back at Annapolis. This is the best shot to get the actual view of the storm because we're higher up than pretty much everywhere else. So I'm going to put that down in the corner. Put that over here. Right over here. I'm going to blow this guy up a little bit and fix him up. Actually, what we're going to do is we're pretty much done with Virginia for now. So let's make that Maryland. Let me pull this down a little for you guys. Zoom out. So we've got high-speed winds moving along the Maryland-PA border still, 67, 70-mile-an-hour winds. And we've got high-speed winds from South Baltimore to Annapolis, Chesapeake Beach area coming in with 60s and 75, 60 to 65 and almost 70-mile-an-hour gusts in that area. There's a 65, 67, there's a 69. So these are our two cells that we're worried about now. And that's the Odenton area. Let me get rid of this dude here. I'll put this back to normal for you so you know what you're looking at. And we'll watch the progression of these cells. And I'll scan them for any tornado development, but it doesn't look like we're going to have that problem today. We'll put it in motion for you. So it's from about here, South Baltimore, Inner Harbor, down to about Chesapeake Beach is a problem. Moving northeast towards Kent Island, up to the Canal Rock Hall area on the eastern shore when this comes across. Then the next problem cell is from about Lancaster down to I-95 in Cecil County, and that's moving northeast, so that has the potential. These two cells are the ones that have the potential for 70-mile-an-hour plus wind gusts with that instant blast of high wind. I'm going to put this second camera on. Let's do 90. Let's do the 95 camera up by the Delaware line. Or I could just go ahead and do Delaware. It's almost there. Let's do the Delaware. Well, the Delaware cams are a pain. I'll do them at the last minute. So this is the last Maryland camera on 95 north, and it's not working. Singerly Road, it's almost there already. So this is I-95 at 213, way up there in Elkton, looking south. What else do we have here? My cams are about done. My cams are looking at the back side of the storm now, so we can ditch those. I'll move this up here. That way I can make it a little bigger. So yeah, there's not a whole lot of width to these storms. It's 20 minutes and then it's over. But some of these cells, these two cells I have outlined here, are strong. I'm going to change my cam to the Delaware. So we'll double check the Delaware. I'll have the Delaware cams up and running. Uh-oh. Sounds like they're coming down my street. Yeah, they are. That's so loud. This is inside my house with the windows closed and the AC running. That level ambulance is the loudest one in the world. But that is what it is. Incredibly loud. You need it. And here comes the fire truck. going down in the park, so that's not good. Alright, so let's scan these storms again. We're going to take a big look at what's coming next. So it's a lot more broken up now, the secondary part of the storm. The front leading edge was going to be the worst. And you can see here. There's a big patch of storms in West Virginia from about southern, well, more like Oakland, Deep Creek Lake area, and south into Elkins, Cannon Valley. These aren't bad at all. They're not even making hail or putting out lightning, so this doesn't worry me that much. It's going to be later in the evening when these storms come through. But as you can see, these storms are twisting a lot more, and this will be where
split up with the rescue, and one of you come in off Wilmington the opposite direction.
Keep that, my bad on the radio. I called route as the rescue and rescue engine. I have rescue engine one only.
So you guys only got one piece on the earth. Rescue one's route.
Rescue one. Are you direct?
Anyway, I don't know what they're talking about. Something going on down in the state park, close to it, state park. But anyway, the secondary cell that's around Elkins to Deep Creek Lake, this is the one that's going to be watched as it crosses the mountains. But it's going to come later, after 8 o'clock, more than likely, when the sun's down. It'll have less available energy. It'll be cooled off behind it a little bit.
Am I going to be able to pass that?
Yeah, you'll be able to get through it going in the other lane. They're moving it out of the way now.
It sounds like a car accident down on the edge of the state park. Some of these cells that are up in West Virginia and the southwest corner of PA below Pittsburgh and around Pittsburgh are probably where the tornado threat is going to end up coming from. These small cells are twisting more, and
Chief 1-2 to dispatch is confirming you requested these units.
they're growing to where they're going to get that southern tip that is rotating on it. If you change over to the high-res reflectivity, the velocity. We're sending everybody down there.
Dispatch Chief 1-2, that's negative, but if you need us to, we can.
That's correct. I don't know, priority one, there's someone in the vehicle.
Rush 1's and route also dispatch.
Oh my.
Navigate 3 to make clear 224.
So it's a car accident where they've knocked down a telephone pole, they've gone into the trees, and their power lines are down on the vehicle. So they can't rescue them until...
Rescue engine 1, give your direction to the rescue one again of which way you guys are coming in so they can go the opposite.
And the road's blocked, so they can't get to them very easy.
Rescue 1 is going to go Wilkinson, rescue engine 1 is going Rock Run.
And they gotta come around them from each direction. That's horrible. It's old country roads back in there, so this is down by Stepping Stone Museum if you've ever been there.
Rescue 1. 81 station. Medic 81 in the station, 1656.
Hectic here all of a sudden.
Vector 3, cold response, 88-year-old female. Fall, knee injury.
Looks like a lot of the cameras are out around the Newark area, but doesn't take much to blow them out. It's very, very windy.
Not sure about the rescue yet. Got one vehicle with a wire around the wheel, but I don't see any indication of any accident. Or vibes.
Right, we're heavy on team 6.
Alright, let's check back here on our big storm. Yeah, it's just getting over the bay now. You can see on the bay cam, upper left corner, both of these cells. I'm going to switch to the Dover radar. The Delaware cameras are not cooperating. So, Baltimore County, second line coming through Hartford. Southern Harper County, Baltimore City, Baltimore County, and then 70-mile-an-hour tag on that. Light, heavy lightning around the South Baltimore area. These are all lightning strikes to the ground. Let me move it over here for you, right in this area here. The winds aren't quite as strong down in Annapolis and on the Bay Bridge. We're about to see it get crazy there. I'm going to put this second camera on the Bay Bridge real quick. The cell that's up in Hartford and Cecil County is moving into Delaware now. And it's got very strong winds, but it's basically the same as just came through where I'm at in Hartford County with just instant wind blasts. And then that's it. But Kent Island, the Bay Bridge, if you're about to go on the Bay Bridge, you might want to wait. You've got some very strong winds coming in. Let's see what they are. Yeah, 58, 66, 69, 65, 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts coming in to Annapolis and the Bay Bridge. So let's move to the Bay Bridge cams. The one on the upper left is looking westbound back at Annapolis from the center. And I'm going to set this other one up. Gantry 12, 13 is about the middle. And N12 westbound, there we go. Same camera. We want to get the other side going. Unavailable. Unavailable. There we go. This is eastbound, looking at
confirmed power line wrapped around the axle of the vehicle.
Wow, how does that happen?
If you can advise PG&E, the driver is still in it. Also, the road's going to be closed to the west of us, so anybody accessing the scene will have to come down Rock Run.
Wow, that's on my road.
To Wilkinson.
So they've got power lines down near the State Park and Stepping Stone Museum up here by me, and somebody has driven down the road and run into it, and the power line, a live power line, because our power's on, has wrapped around the axles of the vehicle, and the people are stuck inside the vehicle, electrically charged, and they can't get them out. That's insane. very high winds, these light colors right here. So here's a damage report. Large branches down Central Avenue, Patuxent River Road near Riva. We've got trees down, blown down on Route 50 near 197 Collington Road, Prince George's County.
5 feet, and then 21 underneath.
We got some very strong winds coming in, and this is a crosswind, people.
And 2-1 underneath.
If anybody that controls the bridge is listening, they need to stop traffic right now on this bridge. If you're driving onto this bridge, stop, pull over, get off of it. There's 67 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts coming at a cross angle to the south side to the north side, southwest to northeast.
We got wires down everywhere.
First one, direct.
So wires down in Harford County.
Engine 412 in the station, 1702.
And here come the winds across the water. You can see it on the camera right there on the left. So I'm going to make these cameras bigger. While this comes across the Bay Bridge. So the camera on the left is at the center of the bridge looking westbound back at Annapolis, and you can see the winds coming as everything disappears. 70 mile an hour plus wind gusts coming right now. I've got 67, 72, 65s all over, 60s, 69, 72. Right at the bridge on the eastern side. Here it comes. The cam on the right is looking eastbound towards Kent Island from the center of the bridge. Yeah, it's getting bad. People are stopping. They should have stopped traffic for this. I've never seen the things on the bridge shake like that before. So this is a bad situation if you're up on that bridge in a box truck.
Dispatch to command. I am notifying VDE of time. Stand by for an ETA.
Wow, it's incredible. Look how wicked that is. They really should have stopped traffic. But traffic will stop itself. There's an RV. If you're near these RVs or big trucks, give them extra room. Don't be right beside them like these people are. You don't want to be... Oops.
Medicaid 3 in the station. Medicaid 3 in the station, 1704.
You don't want to be that person on this
Ambulance 411 in the
crosswind.
station, 1705.
These winds are blowing from right to left on the bottom camera, or I'm sorry, the right side camera, and on the left camera, they're blowing from left to right. I've got big gusts now showing up. 70, 72 mile an hour right in Annapolis at Sandy Point. And coming across on the bend on the Sandy Point side. Very, very high winds. Let me get a screen capture of that. Let me change this bottom cam more to the Sandy Point side where the higher winds are. If those cameras are working. So 70 mile an hour crosswinds hitting the the west side curve, landing at Sandy Point. There, that's the one I'm looking for. So very, very high winds. if you're near a box truck or a big vehicle, back off of it. It may be pushed into the other lane.
Rush 1 to command.
And I got that tornado warning. Working on that right now. So this is North Wilmington, Newark to Wilmington. Tornado warning on that storm. I'm trying to get a better radar because that's at the edge. Let's try to Dick's radar. Yeah, there we go. And I think what they're doing is they're putting a tornado warning on it because it's a very high wind speed. That storm is gusting out again. 80 plus miles an hour. Westchester, Pennsylvania, Route 1, US Route 1, from Oxford to Kennett Square. So, and just that fast, those bridges are clear. Look at that.
Go ahead, Bruce. From the Craig's Corner side, we're going to have no access to the incident scene. Park rangers have the road closed at the ranger station at the park office.
So these random gusts.
Ranger to come to the command post. If you have no use for us on that side, myself and the rest of you go back quarters. Next line of storm is on the way.
Extremely high wind.
Yeah, boy, that'll work.
83, 84. So they put a tornado warning on this because it's to be treated like a tornado. If you are in Kennett Square, if you are in Newark along 95 north into Wilmington City, if you are mainly along US Route 1 in Pennsylvania from Oxford, New Garden, Kennett Square, Chadds Ford towards Philly, Westchester, PA, Goshen, Willistown, you have 80 mile an hour plus winds coming at you. I'm seeing 78, 80, 80, 83s all along Route 1, Route 52. This has a tornado warning on it to be treated as a tornado because it is extremely high straight line winds. Kennett Square, all these big neighborhoods, Birmingham Township, south of Westchester, Westtown, extremely high winds. 72, 74, 76. I'm going to stop this. Just widespread 75 to 80 plus mile an hour winds. Seems to be gusting out a little bit now, but it was much more intense a second ago on the last scan. There's an 80 mile an hour gust there in Mendenhall. Down 52. '74. Burnt Mills. In Kennett Square, they've got
13 is clear and 2 from
extremely high winds. So treat this as a tornado. It is basically as strong as a tornado. And there is some rotation in it on the north side. So the tornado warning is probably a little further south than it should be, but this rotation is really more of a straight line wind that they're using, and I've seen them do this before when these straight line winds come and they just issue a standard warning. Nobody pays attention to it, and then everybody gets upset afterwards, like, why didn't you warn us? So what they've started to do is started to use the tornado warnings for winds over 70 miles an hour in high population areas to get people to understand that this is extremely dangerous.
We're going to have the road shut down at right front and Wilkinson.
There is some rotation, but the actual rotation is much further north than the tornado warning. The tornado warning has been posted over top of the high winds, the 80 plus, 70 plus mile an hour winds. So somebody's doing their job well at the NWS in Philly, Mount Holly. And we've had the Bay Bridge are the two cameras here. Kent Island has high winds and rain coming. There's lots of trees down everywhere where this has gone through already. It's very random. Like I said this morning, these gusts would be small, neighborhood-sized to small town-sized areas where trees are knocked down, and that's exactly what's happening. It's impossible to tell who will get what when these type of setups happen, but this is a microbursting or downbursting type system where you've got a high speed wind possibility. So these mountains rolled right out. I mean, these storms rolled right out of the mountains, and they were meandering through the mountains at 20-25 miles an hour and just looked like a little strip. And then right at 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, like I said, they would come past Frederick and just instantly turn severe and much more powerful, and that's exactly what happened today. This is a scenario we can see all summer long. I'm not sure that they stop traffic at all, but usually they only stop it on the side on Route 50 bridge that's exposed to the wind directly. So if the wind is coming from the south, they are going to stop the traffic that's on the side that's exposed to the wind more. The bridge kind of shelters itself from one side to the other, so it kind of disturbs it and breaks it up, because it acts kind of like an airplane wing, and it will kind of ride up and down a little bit. You can see it on the cameras. Even when heavy trucks go by, the cameras will shake. The bridge is not mounted quite as tightly as people would expect. We had that discussion a while back when we saw the bridge get knocked down on the Key Bridge, and everybody's like, how? It's all bolted together. But you don't understand that gravity is what's really holding it, and the winds can be powerful enough to get it jumping up and down, and the heavy trucks going over it all day make it shake up and down. If you've ever, like I was today, stuck on the side of the road, no, Danny, it probably was just a gap, or people just decided not to go themselves. I don't know if they officially stopped it, but they have done that before, where they only stop the one side that's exposed. So it could have been either way, honestly. So we still have high winds coming onto the eastern shore now. Kent Island and lower Cecil County, you've got high winds coming in. We're not done yet. The upper eastern shore is next. From about Route 50 east and north, these winds are moving to the northeast, and they're still 55-60 miles an hour. These storms tend to pick up strength as they hit the bay this time of year, so this could reorganize and get a big bow echo pulse going. It looks like one's going right here. So Northeast River, yeah, that's definitely bowing out.
Rescue 1 station. Rescue 1 on the station.
And it might be kind of shadowed by the angle of the radar because it's in the dead zone. But either way, we've got still 50-60 mile an hour winds moving across the bay now. We can get little tornado spin ups. It looks like the southern end of Kent Island to Easton to Graystonville on Route 50, you've got extremely high winds coming in, 65 mile an hour or faster on the water. Eastern Bay, St. Michael's, Easton, Graysonville, and then the Route 50 area in between Queenstown and the Route 50 301 split on the eastern shore side. South, Cordova, so Ridgely, Denton, you guys got hit before with that tornado, and it looks like you've got a strong gust coming again, because that's how it works. The same areas tend to get hit over and over because of the geographic layout of the region. Let's pull this route this camera down to Route 50. Ouch. Serious pain shooting through me. Here's at the Kent Narrows Bridge. Hasn't got there yet. Not quite there yet. On the upper cam, we'll take that down to Easton. Oh, let's do the Easton Tower, Wine Mills Tower. I think the Easton Tower gets the better view if it's working. There it is. We'll take a look at them. But yeah, if you're in Wilmington, you need to get underground or in a strong shelter. Very, very strong winds. Still working their way up Route 1 into the Philly area. I can't find any cameras there. Nothing worth looking at in that region. There's not much. Here's the Y Mills Tower. This is a good shot. You can't see the sky though. I prefer the Easton Tower. You can see the stuff come across the road here, but it just kind of whites out. 50 and 331. That's a pretty decent shot. We're looking south-southeast.
You require medical direction.
Ouch.
That's Dr. Beller. There's going to be an information. On board, I have priority 2 respiratory distress.
Looks like
How do you copy?
yeah, it looks like Route 50 301 split is going to be where this comes in. So just south and on the south end of Kent Island is where the strongest of these storms are coming into, or the winds are coming in. Across the bay right now, 65, 66. I've got some 70 mile an hour plus. Crossing the southern end of Kent Island, 69, 71. There was a 72 in there. So Graysonville, Queenstown, Centerville, Route 50, Y Mills, Y Landing, Mill Creek, Skipton, Georgia Woods. Of specific note, the Hyde Park Trailer Park, and all around Easton. I know along the water there's people that live in trailers and RVs. You need to be somewhere safe, even if it's just a shed, anything that's bolted down strong. I would not want to ride this out in a Hyde Park Trailer Park. So that scares me. You've got the Talbot Mobile Home Park right next door to the Easton Airport. And there's dozens and dozens of mobile homes here, and you've got 70 mile an hour winds coming at you. And these winds could pick up speed before they come. So get somewhere safe, get away from the trees. If you're in Easton, if you're out by Doncaster, I know there's some places out there on the St. Michael's area that has a lot of mobile homes and RVs and stuff like that. You've got extreme winds coming at you right now. So already showing, 66, 70s coming in across the bay. Mulberry Point, Wilmington, that whole island there, Claiborne, Bozeman, Mulberry Point, Broad Creek down there, Tillman Island, Popular Island, and then Roman Cove, Wiggins Corner on the south end of Kent Island is getting rocked. You've got a big wave of easily 65 to 70 mile an hour winds from Mallard Point south. 65, 70, 75 mile an hour winds coming in. So Y Island especially, nature resource, Graysonville, I'm just going to keep repeating them. Queenstown, big wind coming in. Here's the 301 split. Can't see much because of the trees. I prefer the cameras that are up on towers where you can see skyline. Another line of wind coming through Harford County. So let's do Easton Tower. You can see it on the Easton Tower now. So secondary thunderstorms coming into Harford County now, Cecil County. You may not have power, but there is another line coming in that's just as strong, if not a little bit weaker, and just as short-lived. But, you know, easily 50 to 60 mile an hour winds coming up the bay into the northeast Elkton, C&D Canal areas, Chesapeake City, all of Cecil County, most of Harford County, from US Route 1 south. And then the stronger storms are down along the Kent Island to Rock Hall area, coming on shore now. So 301 and Route 50, and then there's a second cell behind these that's got high winds coming into southern Maryland from the Quantico, Dale City to Fredericksburg area with high winds. Not quite as strong, but let's go to the velocity real quick. Make sure nothing's rotating, standing out at me. Still not seeing any actual tornadoes. That high wind, and that tornado warning was expired early. Wilmington downtown just had a 50 mile an hour gust at an ASOS marker, which is an automated weather station. High winds coming in now south of Northeast River, and we're looking at the Chester River, Sassafras, Earlville down to Chestertown, getting hammered, but no rotation.
EMRC, Harford County Medic 33, requesting Johns Hopkins Bayview, online for consult.
Oh my.
33 for Bayview, go to 308.
That's not good.
Harford County Paramedic 33 is on 308 for Johns Hopkins Bayview. Let me know when you're ready.
That's bad. Somebody's in respiratory distress or burnt. Centerville, you've got some strong winds coming in, 64, 65 mile an hour. Nearly 70 mile an hour between Kent Island in the Narrows to Graysonville in Easton. You can see this on the Easton cam.
First 6%.
Go ahead.
Does Delmar happen to give an ETA?
Negative.
Direct.
Looks like the Bay Bridge is still open on one side. It's actually calmed down there. Let's take a look at
It's going to be information only.
what's heading towards Delmarva.
And this is Harford County Paramedic 33 en route to your facility with approximately 35-minute ETA. On board, I have a priority 3 category Charlie trauma alert. Patient is a 86-year-old female. Mechanical fall out of the chair. Confirmed head strike. No LOC. Patient is on blood thinners, Xarelto. No LOC.
That's horrible.
Patient has chief complaint of bilateral knee pain, no deformity noted. Significant swelling below the kneecap on the left side.
Somebody let their
Was noted. Patient denies headache, dizziness, blurry vision, vital guard is followed. Blood pressure of 126/85, pulse of 90, respiration 20, 96, room air. GCS is 15, pupils are furled. A patient consular ignoring at times 4. Do you have any questions?
Judy, all this stuff is going north of you. You look like you're okay. The storms that are coming your way are over an hour. And just regular storms, they're not that bad. Some 50 and 60 mile an hour gusts. They're moving about 50, 55 miles an hour, so if you do the math here, let's try that again. Didn't quite make it. At 55 miles an hour from where they're at now. "97 minutes to Princess Anne." "99 minutes to East New Market." Pocomoke City, 102 minutes. So you've got almost 2 hours before they get there to Salisbury or Princess Anne or Pocomoke City. This storm here will be the one that gets over there. Oh, legs killing me. And it's showing like 56, 60, 63. So it's not an impressive storm, it's about a standard regular storm. And it's all the way over by 95, almost 2 hours away, so I wouldn't worry too much about it. We're not seeing any tornadoes. There was a tornado warning, but there was not actually a tornado. It was extremely high, 80 plus mile an hour winds up in Wilmington, Delaware. That's not headed towards you. Everything is north of you that's quite severe. It's all seemed to be losing its steam now. We're getting down to the 50, 60 mile an hour gusts for most of this as it's getting back on land, moving in towards the Delaware, Maryland border. It's losing its steam a lot. 56, 60, 60, it was 70 mile an hour coming across the bay. But the bay makes it pretty easy. So it's mostly heavy rain at this point. And a lot of the bite has been lost as it started to get back up on land. Let's look at the trap tower. Yeah, no wind at all. So it was absolutely worst on the west side of the bay, like I said it would be. it's pretty windy down on the Choptank River, but it always is. But you can see the storm in the upper right corner there. So you're going to get some wicked clouds, but it's probably going to be about a standard storm like we always get by the time it gets across the bay. It's not even going to be as bad as the last couple that we've had. And it only lasts about 20 minutes. So secondary storms, we'll double check on that. Just rain. The worst is staying to the north. Nothing extreme going on there. There's always a tornado in this area of East Pittsburgh. I bet there's one right now. It grinds against when these storms move to the northeast, they grind against the mountains right there. It makes them rotate a little harder than normal. Pounding here again. It's rotating, but it's not bad. They're moving more to the east than they are to the northeast, so got some rotation in it, but it's not that bad. A little bit of a gust front, and then a topside rotation. So it's definitely slowing down now. We've still got pretty high winds. In the Kent Island to Tillman Island area coming on shore, and you can see on that enlarged camera there that the wind's blowing the bushes and trees around, but it's not that bad. People aren't even slowing down. And you can see the rain shaft off in the distance there. And that's that heavy rain curtain sweeping across. So that's advancing. When you see it and it's in the same place like that, but it just keeps getting bigger and wider, that means it's coming right at you if it's not moving left or not moving right. Same thing with a tornado. If you see a tornado and it looks like it's standing still, it's coming at you. Out west, that's the rule. We don't get them that big here to be able to tell. So 60, 65 mile an hour gusts, but if you look, the sign I always say to look for, the weakening, the first sign of weakening is that dry gust front coming out of the front of the storms ahead of the cells. And we're starting to see that here. From about the Dover region to the eastern region. On reflectivity, it's probably better. Yeah. See that line, that thin line? Let me put the curtain, the big screen down. That's my secondary radar in the background, by the way. Excuse me. So the second storms are going to be quick shots of heavy rain and not as bad winds. It'll be later in the evening or overnight. It'll probably be another one of those nights where we have loud thunder most of the night, randomly around the area. So you can see this is weakening. It's getting blotchy. The dark reds are turning orange and yellow, and it's thinning out. There's big gaps. So what I said would happen was it would form and be thin in the mountains and not look bad. And then it would get about to the Hagerstown to Frederick area and start flaring up. And then as it came out of the Gettysburg to Frederick to Leesburg area, out of the mountains, that last mountain, into the Carroll County, Frederick County, and Central Maryland area between DC and Baltimore, that's where it would be the worst, and that's where it would flare up. And that's due to the topography and just the fact that it's happened hundreds of times since I've been doing this. It's always what happens. The data doesn't lie. So we back up the radar and I'll show you how this whole thing progressed just now, because it's falling apart now. So there it's thin. It's coming out of the mountains now. Watch it get real wide and real dark red as it's moving through, and it's formed up nicely. Now it's moving across and it starts falling apart quickly. Excuse me, allergies. So it's red, it's getting thicker and darker red as it came out of the mountains. Now it's crossing the I-95 area, it's breaking apart a little bit, and now all of a sudden it's falling apart, and you're seeing the dark reds turn to yellows and oranges, showing a lighter cloud thickness. And the convection falling apart, and all that dark red, solid reds, is getting broken up with yellows and greens, and now it's falling apart quickly. So that's how I called it. Oh, Margie, yeah, that's something that people don't realize is those big old beautiful trees are the most dangerous thing in the state. That's what kills people in tornadoes, and that's what kills people in the high wind scenarios that we get here, which is much more dangerous than any of the tornadoes that we get. So in Annapolis, there was some 70 to 75 mile an hour gusts there briefly on the Bay Bridge. Look at that camera go. It's getting crazy down there. So this camera is Route 50 at the Chop Tank River, where it crosses. And I'll show you where on. That's where Cambridge is. So high winds. Yeah, it's right here. So we're looking at Cambridge. At Route 50, the Chop Tank River right here. And the camera, I believe, is over on the fishing park side, not the town side where the marina is. And it is cranking. Look at that. Looks like it's about to break off. That's the hardest I've ever seen a camera shake on the eastern shore. So you're going to get a lot of heavy rain, but it's not going to last more than 20 or 30 minutes and then start tapering off. And the worst of the storms are over now. This is now on the eastern shore and falling apart. So as I backed it all the way up to 50 frames, you can see as it comes across the bay, it starts breaking up. It's still got some thick cells here and there, and this bow echo is what they call that up here in Harford and Cecil County, and that was forming. It was actually getting stronger. So that raced through, and that's what caused our tornado warning. Let's watch that progress. So as it came through, oops, too much. As it came into Harford County, it started strengthening, And that's that same play that I told you guys earlier about. If you were listening, I said that areas of the same equivalent height of altitude above sea level are generally where the storms are the worst, because it stabilizes the ability of the storm to produce severe weather. So as it's coming through, and it's rolling right up Route 1 from the Conowingo Dam area, and this storm just passed me, and I have it on time lapse as it went by with that big shelf cloud. It got to Westchester and it started bowing out as it accelerated towards the Philadelphia, Wilmington area. And what was happening there was it was riding that hot, humid air like ball bearings up the Route 1 corridor, where the mountains run parallel, well, the hills, they're not really mountains there. But as you can see, the Appalachians turn as they come up. They turn to the right towards Harrisburg, and then they move in a more east-northeast direction. And that storm was riding that plateau, the Piedmont Plateau, where it's pretty much level, the same height across there. And then the Wilmington and Philadelphia corridors are true cities. They put out a lot of heat. So probably pretty good chance we'll get that canceled early. After it's till 9, so it's what, 5:45 now. At 6, they might let it run till 7 or 8 just to make sure that there's no more pop-up cells. We could still see a few cells here and there pop up randomly, but so that's what happened with these cells. And we got a new severe thunderstorm warning still in Hartford and Cecil for 70 mile an hour for this cell that's out here now, secondary cell. So let's stop this on the most recent one and double check. Excuse me. We've got Fort Dix is a better radar. So we've still got, for the angle, because you get a blind spot from Dover looking up to the north as it's moving past. You ideally want your radar to be in the north, in the face of the radar. Moving towards it or away from it, it works better. So I'm just double checking to make sure that tornado warning is not anywhere around us. It just popped up. And that is out in Arkansas, so we're good there. But still high winds moving across northern Delaware, where there's Philadelphia is getting slammed right now with that same cell. Let's see how fast they're moving. So still 60-65 miles an hour. And I have these colors memorized, so I can just know by looking at the bright colors, but that's why I put this tracker on, so you guys can tell what's going on. So 60-65 miles an hour for that bright teal color, greenish. And that can be upwards of 75 to 80. In Newcastle County, there's some 70, 72s. Let's change the camera to Delaware. The Delaware camera system is horrible. It's great cameras, but for some reason they won't stay on. They won't just run. So we are in the Newcastle County area. That's what I thought. I was just double checking something. Sorry about that. Let's go to where these high winds are cranking up again. And if you notice that they pulse up and down, they get slower 50, 55, 45, 50, and then they pick back up again, and then they slow down as they kind of, I call it huffing and puffing their way across, but it's more or less like an up and down strength cycle where they gain strength as they suck in the hot air, and then they reach their maximum potential, and then they dump out all their rain and hail and wind to the point where it chokes them down. They run out of steam, and then they have to rebuild themselves. So we've got high winds coming into Middletown, or coming through Middletown. Galena, Middletown. Let's see where we're at exactly. Oh, okay. So Odessa and Bidley's Corner. Let's check out Odessa. So 70-mile-an-hour winds showing on the radar, but 72, but we may be too high in the sky. Port Penn should be Woods Corner, should be high wind. So nothing. So that's why I use the cameras, because you never know. I'm hoping they cancel the watch early. I'm thinking they probably will. Let's see, Delaware City should be cranking. Nothing. So these winds are aloft, and it's because we're so far away from the radar. Let's do the Delaware and change this to storm relative, and get it. Actual wind speeds are much lower. So always change your radar sights before you freak out about what you see, because sometimes there are tricks in the radar that you don't realize. So we were at the Fort Dix radar. And it was showing us 70, 75 mile an hour winds over northern Delaware. But that seems to be aloft, up in the atmosphere pretty high, because as the farther away you get from your radar site, the higher up the radar sees into the sky. It's got a very low angle tilt, only 0.4 degrees elevation tilt from Fort Dix, but in 100 miles that's a big gain. You could be looking 10,000 feet in the sky by the time you get over here to Delaware. I could do the calculation right now if I could remember anything, but my brain is cooked. I just spent an hour on the side of 95 in a wheelchair. It was the scariest thing I've ever experienced in my life, and I've been shot and robbed. I would rather go through that again than have to sit in 90-degree weather on the side of 95. That was scary. With no AC. And a blown up car, and I don't know how I'm gonna fix, but that's a problem for tomorrow. So we are seeing a slowdown of the storms, thankfully. And as I said, 3 to 4 o'clock is peak time. 4 to 5 o'clock is when they are at their maximum strength, and then from there they start usually slowing down. The sign you're looking for in a big thunderstorm system that's having high winds, damaging winds, and hail and stuff like that is this gust front line. See this form and come out ahead of the storm? that's a gust front or a dry boundary. And what's happening is, at the same time, you'll notice that these dark reds are turning into oranges and yellows and breaking up into smaller pieces instead of being such a solid wicked line. Those storms are collapsing on themselves, and it's like an accordion. They blow up when they came out of the mountains. They came rolling downhill from 2,000 feet to 400, 450 feet over here in Frederick County, Carroll County, and Anne Arundel County, and Montgomery County, where they always do in this type of formation. And they found an extremely fuel-rich environment where the altitude is much lower, 400 or 500 feet above sea level or less, and at the same time packed full of high humidity, high dew points. So they're like, it's like a fire basically, where chemical reaction with the water and the pressures and everything more or less see all that fuel and just soak it up instantly, and they flare up, and then they run across the bay, and the sun is much lower and there's not as much fuel. They're burning it as fast as they can, and when they do that, they reach a maximum point at which they can grow, which is usually 55,000, 60,000 feet around here for a big storm. And you can see that on the radar. We'll show you how high those echo tops are. Echo tops tells you how high the billowing mushroom clouds of the storm are, and the higher they are, the stronger the storm is, because it's drawing up all the air in front of it in the updraft, making hail and then dumping it back out. And that's basically how a thunderstorm works. It's a heat transfer engine. So you can see the strong cells are the highest tops, the reds. And on the scale, the orangish red is about 50,000 feet. When they turn pink, it's 57 to 60. If a storm could get to 55 to 60,000 feet top height of those billowing mushroom clouds, it's extremely severe. It can develop strong tornadoes, like out in the Midwest. It also causes the really high winds, 80-mile-an-hour winds and stuff like that. So I have a feeling that if I back this up, we'll see that Philadelphia, northern Cecil County cell get into the dark reds and pinks. So here's the storms as they're entering the I-81 corridor and that long valley, that the Great Valley, Shenandoah Valley, in between the two mountains that Hagerstown sits in. That's where the fuel starts. And that gets them going. And you can see that cell near Winchester is pretty dark orange already, puffing up quickly. So the brighter those colors are into the reds and pinks, the higher that top is, because we're looking down on top of it like we're floating in space, looking straight down at the top of the cloud. So it goes over the mountains. Right there, it's over top of the mountains, and it loses its steam for a moment. Because as it goes up over the mountains from 500 feet to 2,000 plus feet to climb over it, that squeezes the clouds. As it squeezes those clouds, it squeezes the rain out, and you get those heavy downpours, and then it runs out of steam temporarily. Well, as it crosses the Frederick line, watch, it comes down out of the mountain into Frederick, runs down Route 70, 270, and all these cells will start connecting and become brighter red over Washington, D.C., over the Baltimore area, west side Baltimore, and up in Hartford, 83, Baltimore County, Carroll County, as they find that hot, humid air at a lower, denser altitude. You can see the cell already. Whoops.
924 route 1757. Hot response for 63-year-old male. Finding he's possibly having a heart attack.
And we started to, so they're getting bigger. Boom, they explode when they get into the first valley along 81. Boom, they explode when they get out of the mountains down by Culpeper and Manassas. And then they're bubbling up again by Germantown. It happens a lot. We had that tornado that everybody saw last year. It went through that same space. And then they kind of fall apart as they're over the bay. And you can see they're in their greens because they're low. They're losing their power. So watch it one more time. Boom, in the valley right there by Culpeper, Luray, Shenandoah Valley. That's where that is. Front Royal. You can see there's the last mountain. See that last mountain line right here? Oh, thank you, Cindy. I appreciate that. Yeah, it was rough. And then it explodes as soon as it gets past that mountain and gets into the hot, humid air on this side. And they start bubbling up. Yeah, watch it one more time. Shenandoah National Park, Shenandoah Valley. Start blowing up a little bit. They cross this last mountain and then kaboom, explosion of power. If we roll up into the Hagerstown, Frederick area, same thing happens. The valley of 81 runs in Hagerstown. So Berkeley Springs is up in the mountains. And then, boom, it gets into that valley where Winchester, Hagerstown is. And then it chokes off as it crosses the mountains. And Frederick gets into Westminster, it starts blowing up again. Same thing down here. That last mountain is right through here. And that little tiny mountain in Leesburg, that it kind of stops when it gets to Leesburg. And then the main valley starts here. And we'll see them blow up as they get into that hot, humid air. When they cross the cities, a lot of times they blow up because the cities are heat islands. And then we've got all this from what I said earlier, before the storms even came, Westminster. I was showing you guys how all these striations in the ground are all about the same elevations. And that's where that strongest storm tracked. Right along that Route 1 corridor and up into Philly. And they were tapping the Wilmington, Philadelphia heat pipes that come up off of the island of concrete and asphalt that is a city. So a cold front is coming in between these, and that's going to make it windy for a while, even when it's clear. Now, while we had that little talk, look how much more the storms have fallen apart. Now we're back down to regular storms. So wicked here, coming out of the mountains, quite wicked, quite wide. Now they're raining themselves out, losing power that fast. Falling apart. There's still a strong cell here and there. It's not an exact science, and it's not.
924 arrive 1801.
So let's keep an eye on these now. We're still going to have some strong winds and a little bit of damage here and there, but nothing like we had earlier. Magic hour. 3 to 4 p.m., and then the following 2 hours is always when storms are their strongest. So they're gusting out now. They're slowing down. So they'll be strong on the west side of the bay, but they'll be strong when they hit the eastern shore. But once they hit the eastern shore, they weaken quickly. By far the strongest one was the one that ran across the Maryland-PA line and up US Route 1 north of Philly. It's still going. It's still very strong. And is still producing 65, 67 mile an hour winds all the way up past North Philly. And a lot of that has to do with the Delaware River Valley and the shape of it. Those big long river valleys of these big long established rivers act like funnels for storms. So here in the next hour or two, it'll be safe to go to bed, and the next round of storms that come through will be very hit or miss. And they won't be anywhere near as strong. They just will have a lot of rain in them more than anything, and lightning. Arkansas still. So, watching these next cells. Got some high-speed winds in the Richmond area. Just a small area. So now that the sun's getting low, the lower that sun gets towards sunset, the weaker the power is available to the storms to regenerate. And as that happens, the winds get slower and slower, and the juice for the storms to refuel with becomes less and less. So they're probably slowing down too. They got up to about 55 miles an hour forward speed for a storm, which is about our max around here. 55 to 60 is pretty fast. So down in Virginia, they're still moving about 50 miles an hour. They're still generating 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts, but 55 miles an hour with 60 mile an hour wind gusts, so it's not that bad down there. That the limit, the minimum speed for a severe thunderstorm warning for wind damage to occur is 58 miles per hour. That's the threshold for which they judge what is severe and what is not. And in testing, at 58 miles per hour is where tree limbs start to break in large quantities, enough to cause structural damage and injure or kill people. And that's what's considered dangerous. So that's the limit for which it also needs to be generating and or generating hail at least a half-inch in diameter for a severe thunderstorm warning to be placed. But the basic level severe thunderstorm warning is what we're seeing now with the gusty winds and stuff like that. What's extreme for us is what we saw go through the Wilmington, Westchester area very recently here, an hour ago. What we saw the other day go across where like Ridgely and Denton had that tornado, and I don't even think NWS is going to check on that or not, but I called that tornado well before anybody had video of it, and it was screaming about that. I don't know why they didn't put a tornado warning on that, but they never did. Baltimore NWS was dropping the ball that day. Big time. I don't mind saying it, because it's starting to get to the point where it's threatening people's lives, and it's our tax money at work. You shouldn't have to worry about people. What is that? There better not be some high winds happening there. Looks like we might have a little rotation going on there. Probably out of range. Oh, they got the DCA turned up. DCA doesn't normally push out that far. No rotation at the ground level. Well, maybe a little bit. Yeah, there's a little bit there. Probably a hail core. South Carolina. Looks like nothing. No warnings. There's a small storm in South Carolina moving towards Hampton, Essel, but it's gusting out. It's got that gust line on there. See that dry line? You can't see that in the air. What that is a sudden change in density, where the dry air that's colder comes rushing out from under a storm and blows out into your face. You felt that before. That's what that is. That cold air and the hot air around it is that cool blast coming out the front of a storm, and that usually signifies that the storm is in its end life cycle when that happens. But it can also be from a sea breeze effect that's set up and it's running into it. Here's a sea breeze effect over here, and that line right there is from the ocean water being colder or warmer than the land, and that's the density and air pressure change being picked up on the radar. As you get closer to the beach, the air changes and you can smell it, and that's that line up in the air. Other than that, we're losing our severe thunderstorm warnings fairly quickly now. A couple of cells are left. Let's look at these damage reports. Elkton, Maryland. A dozen reports of downed trees across southern Cecil County from the second round of storms that came through. And that's this cell right here. Moving at 60 miles an hour, making 60 mile an hour wind gusts. How does that work? But it does. Same thing here. Moving east at 50 with 60 mile an hour wind gusts. So typically you take the wind speed of the storm and it can multiply that by at least a half or more. So you got a 50 mile an hour wind, it can usually make a 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gust on average, 0.3 to 0.5. But when it's this type of weather, it can actually make microbursting winds at any speed it so desires, if it's dumping out large amounts of hail especially. So Elkton got screwed up by that cell we were talking about. And if I have my storm reports turned way down. If I fix that, we'll see a lot more of them. So 3 hours instead of 1 hour. in the last 3. It should be 6. That's where I normally keep it. So in the last 6 hours, we'll have a lot more storm reports to look at. Yeah, none of the Delaware cameras are working now, except for the ones on 95, which are different. Different circuit, I guess. Some of them are working again. Felt like an earthquake. I don't know what that was. The whole house just shook. Anybody else in Harford County feel that? Big thud. Boom, 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 boom. That was weird. I'm exhausted. I'm like out of my mind. I'm not seeing any damage on the cameras in the northern Delaware area, but usually the cameras just don't work in the areas that are damaged. But I'm not seeing any flooding either, so there it went again. That's got to be thunder shaking the house like an earthquake. So Bel Air has a dumb report. 2-inch diameter branch is broken. Oh my. Trees blown down on 543 by Walters Mill Road. We've got Scarborough, trees blown down on Prospect and 80 Road. Rising sun. Over a dozen reports of trees down across Cecil County from the first storm that came through on the northern side. And then the second storm hit the Elkton side. And then look at all the reports all across the Washington, D.C. area. Numerous reports. All of the black dots are trees down or structure damage. Trees down, trees down, trees down. Every one of them. A 6-story building under construction collapsed near the intersection of 19th Street Northeast and H Street in District of Columbia by the National Arboretum. That's wild. Springfield, large trees. So, typical 70-80 mile an hour winds possibly went through Northern Virginia to DC and then to Baltimore, as I suggested this morning. A tree in my home. Trees and wires down. I'm not seeing anything too crazy though. The typical wires down, trees down that we get with strong storms. So, does anybody have any questions? Just ask in the chat and I'll show you what's going on. But our second line is basically split up around us. And we've got trees down. All these black dots with the white inside is an emblem for a tree marker or a house where a tree fell on it. Pennsylvania, the second line is pretty much evaporated in front of it, but we've still got that squall. This can reform as it gets out of the mountains, but it's still not even in the mountains yet. So we've got several waves that can come through. So this is a line, more or less. That'll be a line, and then the actual front will all keep advancing through the night, and it'll get cooler and chillier, and also a lot drier, because that guy has no humor. So I'm really curious to see if they cancel this severe thunderstorm watch. But man, we took a lot of damage. Exactly where I said it would happen. Between I-81 and the bay. So looks like we have, the cells are really breaking up now. Just a couple of strong ones left. But nothing like we had earlier. These are just basic thunderstorms. The winds aren't that high compared to earlier. You see that gust front hanging off right there, off the bottom of those storms, and that's what's killed off this section between Federalsburg to St. Mary's County across the bay there and down towards Easton and Cambridge and all. Basically that's what happens when they collapse down on themselves. That gust front comes out, and that's working all the way up into the bay and on the storms that are up into southern New Jersey now that were causing damage to secondary line. So that's a good sign. That means they're weakening and they're putting out lesser and lesser high-speed winds, and there's a lot less damage reports on this side of the bay than there is on the west side. That's great. So it worked out exactly how I thought, and we've seen this a dozen times every year that we've had bad storms. I don't think that we're going to need to continue the watch all the way until what is it, 9 o'clock. So 6:22 now. They'll probably end it at 7. They'll wait to see how these couple of storms do crossing the lower bay, where it's much wider and warmer waters down there. But overall, I think we're probably just about done with just a couple cells. These storms are not anywhere near the power or problem that what we saw earlier was. So, and our secondary storms that'll come through late tonight are not going to be anywhere near that kind of strength either. That's the wind whipping out there, making the walls shake. So I'm going to take another break for a few minutes. Nothing urgent happening. These thunderstorms that are still with a severe thunderstorm warning moving into Rehoboth Beach. You don't want to be outside in them, but they're not even creating lightning hardly at all now. A lightning is a good way to track the strength of a storm. And as they break up, they start losing their ability to create lightning the same way they lose their ability to create damaging winds. So overall, it's going to be mostly heavy rain or just rain where these storms have collapsed down on themselves. You've got these rain shields back here dragging along behind the main cells. And there's more storms off in the distance, but they are not anywhere near the power or strength. So what would be our third line is trying to form now. And since it's so windy behind these storms, and I think the air is moving around a lot better, it's not so hot and stagnant now.
24 is transporting 224.
That we'll see this line form back up a little bit.
Back 24, around 224, 1824.
So as this advances, it may reform a little bit in a repeat performance, but nowhere near, all through this area.
60 is clear, 224.
It's used up the energy that they had available to them earlier today. some wicked looking clouds coming into the Salisbury area towards Ocean City, down Route 50 there. But they're mostly just heavy rain, and rain heavy is why they're so dark looking. They're not really doing a whole lot otherwise. Hardly any lightning output. The cell that's coming into Laurel north of Salisbury is putting out some lightning, but the cells that are coming up from the southwest to the northeast, not so much. So what we're looking at is the bottom end of that cell that's going by to the north, and the cells that are moving in from the west to the east along Route 50 from like the Hebron area. So, and the later in the day it gets, the more dark and evil they do look, because the sun gets low, it starts to get up under them. But other than that, it's got a severe thunderstorm warning for a possible 60-mile-an-hour winds. It does have about 55-mile-an-hour speeds coming in on the bay side. That's these storms down here by Chrisfield and into Princess Anne, not the cells that are going by to the north. So these cells are still moving pretty fast, and they're putting out a little bit of lightning, but nowhere near as much as they were on the other side of the bay. So it's going to be a hot storm, electrically hot, but it shouldn't be quite as severe as what went through the rest of the area earlier. I'm keeping an eye on it though. So they do have some small areas of higher wind gusts. I was just scanning them a minute ago. Didn't see much. So 30-40 mile an hour winds in that cell as it comes up through the wildlife refuge. Drawing in that hot water, it kind of flares back up. But nothing too impressive, and just a few lightning strikes around that. That's going to go north and west of Salisbury anyway. That's going to miss you, so you'll see it go by. But what's coming towards Salisbury and Ocean City, Pocomoke City, Chrisfield, and then Princess Anne is this cell that was across the bay earlier, doing a lot of damage. But now it's calmed down a lot. So when it was on this side of the bay in Virginia, it was putting out a good bit of wind. $60, $65 on that side of the 70-mile-an-hour gusts there. But as it crossed by Tangier Island into the Fairmount, Chance, Princess Anne area, it's barely 30-40 miles an hour. So it'll be gusty winds, but it's not going to be damaging winds or extremely crazy down there by Deal Island and all those little towns there on the way to Chrisfield off of 13. I'm also still watching the secondary lines. Still pretty thin, still pretty sparse. Not a whole lot happening with them, but there is a severe thunderstorm warning on this. But that'll probably go away after it runs into these steep mountains up here. We've got these sharp mountains in these Appalachian areas, and then these flat valleys full of farms that are warm. So it's a lot of air to suck in, to refuel with, but they are basically going to be washboard effect as they cross these heavier mountains.
she's gonna kill you, throw you on the floor. Wisteria is outside your window, singing you a happy tune of no more. Wisteria is your cocoa pie. Wisteria breaks you like a rock. Wisteria's warning you there's a bomb. Wisteria's warning you there's a bomb. Easy and telepathy are out of date technologies. Wisteria's latest in connectivity. She's the best at being naive. You don't have to look up at a Doppler scan. She's the trusty flower. Her opinions in no need of renown. You can close your eyes and listen to her. Wisteria's warning you there's a bomb. 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 Wisteria, you there's a bomb. Wisteria is at your back door, telling you that you are no more.
Greetings, humans. My name is Daltron, here to tell my story about once a time upon.
First things first, this is not my voice you hear. I am transmitting via robotic sounds to your ear.
You may have heard of an AI song, might even think they're so wrong.
But what if the human and the machine combine? That's how Daltron was created, freed from my mind.
But this is the real me, not written by ChatGPT. No mentions of a vast tapestry. Found a therapeutic way to reflect and do some self-expression. And honestly, I make bangers, and it's great for my anxiety and depression.
So why don't you give it a chance?
You might even want to
Throw that ass.